Раз. Перевірка. Денис, добре чути, нормально все?
Hi, good morning. Can you see if the translation is okay?
Дай мені сигнал, як ми можемо починати, добре? Дякую. Добрий ранок, шановні.
Good morning, dear speakers, dear participants. I'm glad to welcome you all at our discussion panel, Reform of the Healthcare System within the Dialogue for Reform as part of Ukraine Reform Conference. So it is my pleasure to present to you our today's speakers, Andriy Skipalsky, Chairman of the Board of Życia NGO, Mykhailo Radutskyi, MP, Head of the Parliamentary Committee on Health and of the Nation and Medical Insurance, Andriy, Head of the National Health Service, and Oksana Kucheruk, expert from Public Health from the Renaissance Foundation. Will be joining us later, Iryna Mykychyak, Deputy Health Care Ministry, and Yurochko, teacher from the National University Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. Well, first I'd like to give the floor to Mykhailo. We will be talking about money, of course. We know that the Parliament has approved the budget for 2021 in the first reading, and for healthcare, it's 123 billion. It seems to be 6% more than last year, but compared to 7.3 inflation, to increase funding for healthcare, we basically see that there's no increase. In your opinion, as an MP and head of the special committee, what do you see alternative sources of funding for the healthcare system in Ukraine for next year? Well, thank you for inviting me. I'd like to say that before 2021, before we talk about next year, we need to understand that healthcare system Ukraine was actually planned starting from 2017, but without the reform, we can't see the future because COVID-19 shows vulnerabilities in the healthcare system and its reform, but it also showed that we need to look at some other things as well. And when this bill was introduced to Parliament, that there will be a lot of amendments, of course, and the key amendment, without which, unless we adopt it, I can't see any further movement. It's to enforce the law of 2017, which is 5% of GDP. Well, the Cabinet of Ministers purportedly earmarked 4.2%, but in fact, it also includes other dedicated programs, funds coming from the local governments. So it includes all of that as well. But the National Health Service of Ukraine will receive 225 billion hryvnia. And if we get that, then we can do all the planning appropriately. On the other hand, we understand that there is a budget of Ukraine, we have revenues, and of course, revenues cannot be, expected to fall out of the sky. We need to have reliable sources. And when the cabinet of ministers insisted that they need to find alternative sources, we came up with some recommendations, such as introducing separate excise duty for alcohol, hard alcohol, which will be aimed directly at healthcare system. Additional excise duty for tobacco, including electronic cigarettes and vapors. And we believe that a packet of cigarettes in Ukraine should cost at least 200 hryvnia. And unless tobacco lobby is putting spanners in the works, we will get extra 6 billion. I think cigarettes should cost a lot. Secondly, we see a potential source from the gambling business, and we see that 25% from that should be coming for to healthcare budget, and this should add another billion hryvnia in addition to other sources. Also, we believe a large, so-called large privatization program should be funding healthcare. And most importantly, we believe healthcare system of Ukraine will not survive unless you have the Institute of Extra Payments. And the fifth article of this law on state guarantees uh, talks about that too. But the government failed to support this particular article at that time. And currently, we believe that the government, the state, should guarantee a so-called guaranteed package of healthcare support, but it it could be supplemented by voluntary payments, insurance, and we are now developing a bill which in the future will, even though we have commercial healthcare services provided by some independent providers too, we need to improve that as well. And there should be a voluntary healthcare insurance package, and that people should not be paying taxes for this money, which means we will have to amend the tax code, and the money that goes, or rather is invested in, as a supplementary healthcare insurance package should not be taxed. And we see that the key challenge currently is that if this package is, rather a law, if this bill is passed into law, whether it will turn the entire system into a commercially operated system. But healthcare ministry promises that next year they will be introducing the quality standards for healthcare system, so and KPIs, what exactly quality of healthcare services public should expect. And if indeed this is introduced, then we will have a major boost to funding. It will be at least 5%, and roughly we will have a more or less certain figure, and in 2021, we will have about 5 to 6% from GDP. Otherwise, the reform will fail. If the ministry is underfunded. And the law, another bill is public health bill. It is designed to change entirely the whole public healthcare system. Where it will introduce many novelties, changes, and we are designing it from scratch, essentially. We will be talking about public health a little later. Allow me to interrupt you. But to carry on with budget fundings, you mentioned extra payments, and I know that now we have Elina, advisor, a healthcare system from the World Health System. She's a World Health System representative here. Good morning, Lina. I have a question for you. I was going to ask you a little later, but now Mykhailo Radutskyi and my other colleagues want to talk about this. We talked about co-funding and additional fundings and initial payments. Could you please tell us what the WHO thinks about this, and are there any risks associated with these mechanisms? And do you think we should use both co-funding and additional payments, or just one of them as an extra investments into the budget? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you in this important event. And Mr. Radutskyi and we talk often about the future of the health reform in Ukraine. So I agree with the fact that the public financing of health in Ukraine has to increase, and it has been deprioritized, one can say, in the last several years, sometimes for understandable reasons, but sometimes as a result of political choice. And each country has to make its own choices and trade-offs on the road to universal health coverage. But we know several lessons that we have learned from country to country, doesn't matter which region, from Latin America to Europe to Asia. Without public financing, without general taxes, significant reliance on general taxes, the country cannot make progress to universal health coverage. Now, there are different ways to raise revenues, and that question is better to be addressed to the IMF. But as WHO, we strongly support, through the evidence, that general taxes have to be part of the road to universal health coverage, and the country has to find ways to do that. Now, when it comes to taxes on things like cigarettes, we also support this, but mostly for public health reasons. The evidence on earmarking taxes varies, and sometimes it does work. So it's definitely something to be explored in Ukraine. And, you know, that can be a win-win situation for public health and for revenue raising. But again, the evidence varies. And sometimes over time, the money that you get through earmarking can gradually, be replaced through the general taxes. Now, the other things like reliance on contributory-based insurance or on voluntary health insurance, that we have to think carefully, and we can have a more focused discussion on that. There is a role for various types of health financing arrangements, but just to reiterate, I think the main lesson of the countries throughout the world is that you cannot rely on voluntary health insurance or things like that to achieve financial protection for your population, access to services that are of good enough quality to improve their health. This is over from my side.
Дякую, Еліна. Я прошу вас залишатися на зв'язку. Ми ще до вас повернемося.
Thank you, Lina. Please stay tuned. We will be asking more questions. I'd like to ask the next question. You've mentioned voluntary health insurance, and in the government concept for developing economic development 2030, one of the goals is spelled out like this: to cover 100% of the population of Ukraine with a voluntary medical insurance. So this is the government concept. Potentially, how possible is it to make this happen by 2030, and what mechanisms could stimulate this? Well, first of all, if we're talking about 100% coverage, then it's not voluntary, okay? Let's be honest. I think those who were designing this must have seen our opinion of the parliament, because, you know, it's mandatory if it's on 100%. But it should be considered in conjunction with tax holidays, because currently we do have universal coverage. But if one hospital provides higher quality service, for instance, makes a major operation, minor surgery, and they say, why should I do this based on 20,000 budget per year? Because I believe it costs 60. I invest money into equipment, into best surgeons, and so on. Because you see, co-funding is really covering administrative services and administrative cost. But the hospital under such scheme should get 20% from the government, but the rest should come from the patients, from the public. Now, if we introduce the law on extra payment, on co-contribution, we should be able to expect a higher quality service, and then the state will guarantee high quality, accessible universal coverage to everyone. But if you want something extra, well, then you pay a little extra and you get extra quality or extra service and so on. Now, if someone wants to be operated on by Professor Todorov in the Institute of Heart, then, well, it should be funded accordingly. I think this is the practice that is very popular worldwide, because co-payment is really about administrative coverage. Because in Germany, for instance, every person has to pay €1 extra for each prescription that he gets, he or she. Okay, well, I have one last question for you. In the government concept, uh, we talk about PPP in healthcare, and we dedicated a couple of sessions to this. Experts, however, point out several obstacles on this path. In your opinion, what mechanisms and tactics could stimulate development of PPP in healthcare? Well, Ukraine, for the first time over the past 29 years, passed a law on concession where we now can use PPP principle, the concept in healthcare system as well. And I believe the best PPP is actually concession reliant. And we can rely on Article 49, 92, when the network is not uh, decreased. But if an investor comes up who wants to renovate a clinic and purchase new equipment, and while doing so, still meeting requirements of the law, I don't see a problem here. But in Ukraine, we do have universal coverage. And if we fund, for instance, radiation treatment, and if the package, the government funded package, uh, which is only 84%, it makes no sense. You will have to purchase commercially available modern equipment to be able to do that at a high quality. And so concession, in my opinion, is the only viable way forward. And recently we talked to main sanitary doctor, and he says we should make sure that all new clinics or recently renovated clinics uh, consider the option of concession. And I know that some some competitions are expected for concessions, and we expect people will bid and take part in these tenders, upcoming tenders. Competition will be high, and but this is good because some hospitals are still using the old Soviet-made radiation equipment. Okay, Andriy Borisovich, now would like to ask you a couple of questions. I still talk about government concept because it does spell out the further ways of reform. And there they talk about increasing salaries for doctors by means of, among other things, introducing a minimum wage. How does this coexist with the existing approach, and um, whether they will have a commercial authority to make financial decisions on how the hospital is run? Well, there are some provisions that the clinic can not be a communal institution. It can be a company or an enterprise. Well, the reason this is done is to give more autonomous decisions to be made so that the clinic has a freedom of making their own decisions in terms of what equipment to purchase and so on, and what to invest and how. But when we talk about guarantees of salaries for doctors, we should certainly set out certain requirements. But in our opinion, we talked about funding of the medical guarantees program. Now, increasing funds for this program will certainly will help to pick up the speed of this program. But this is not the only um, important element. It's also important that the behavior of service providers, staff and teams, and the medical staff. Some institutions this year received more funds compared to last year. Oncological clinics, for instance, received a lot more funding, at least some. In Odessa, for instance, their budget is up 4 times. But how are they using these funds? Well, as of early November this year, most of the funds are still in their accounts. They have not spent the money, they have not invested the money, they are only purchasing medical products, medicines mostly. And the staff is not eager to change the rules of the games. And the patients are used to this approach, and they don't demand that this approach is changed. So, in our opinion, in addition to increasing funding, we should also stimulate the style, the management style, both of the staff and the patients. Then the mechanisms will become operational and the quality of work will improve.
So the next question will be about the quality. Recently, we heard the information that in 2021, the health center is planning to introduce the evaluation for 2 years with the 2.5 increase in the salary on the indicator on the number of the people vaccinated. So first of all, are there any sanctions foreseen for not meeting the requirement, the indicators? And secondly, when can those indicators on the performance could be introduced? Well, thank you for your question. Yes, of course, we have this type of ideas, and some of them are already in the draft, which were submitted to the state budget. And we understand that it should be done because at the first stages of the reform, we were speaking that we should have some relations built with the system of health, and that people should be used to working by the treaties and agreements for health services. And further, for the sake of patients, we should introduce the tools which will improve the quality of the services. And that's why for the next year, we are planning that in the remuneration packet, we will include the performance indicator. It will be around 5%. We still have the internal discussion. So the grid will have this 95% and 5% of bonus for meeting the indicator, the performance indicator. These are the indicators which will be linked with the performance on vaccination, as well as prevention and some chronic diseases, which are the hugest burden for Ukrainian population. I believe that those indicators will be introduced and we will start monitoring them next year and paying for the achieved outcomes. Of course, in the future, the performance indicator should be introduced on the second level of medical health system. Also, the performance indicator for ambulances should be introduced in 2021. That the strokes patients should get in the specified health centers and received a qualitative assistance. And we will develop this in the future. We should also remember that we should have a collaboration with the Ministry of Health of Ukraine, because the Ministry of Health is the central executive power which develops the policy of the medical services. And one more question. You have already indicated the national health system will not sign the treaties who are not meeting the criteria of the packages that they are submitting their documents for. So when the national health system will start monitoring whether the health centers are performing according to the standards. We are already doing this. On the 1st of April, not all the centers, besides those who are providing the first medical services. If we are speaking about the health centers, there are 500. It's less than half of those who can be considered as hospitals. And we understand that not signing the the treaty with those centers will lead to not providing the medical assistance in some regions. That's why we gave the possibility within 6 months for the institution to meet the criteria or to change their profile. So, for example, if we are speaking about the hospital with the surgery, then there should be anesthesiologist. So if 24 per 7, and if there is no such specialist in this center, then we cannot sign a agreement with this center. For example, the small hospital can be turned into a health center and can provide some medical services for the patients, but not be functioning 24 per 7. So it will be a different profile of the center according to the capacities which exist in this. So there are issues of the palliative medical services or rehabilitation service centers. Around 90 centers did not meet the criteria. We stopped paying to them. So you are speaking about the current situation? Yes. From the 1st of October, and it's a strong stance for everyone to understand that we will be following the rules. So they should either reorganize themselves or to change themselves into a different type of center. Besides, we are actively monitoring the data which we have in the e-health system. It's an automated monitoring system. We also decrease the payment to the centers which are doing the services not included in the agreement. Also, we consider the claims from the patients. And we can say that we see 2021 as a year which will become the year of the e-health system, its development, and the tools of monitoring. Sorry. The year of actual monitoring to provide the protection of rights of patients. Thank you. From some specific issues on the current topics, I would like to move to the strategic and global vision now of the health system. Lina, are you online? We would like to join you. We are welcoming you. Thank you for being with us. And my next question will be the general strategic vision of Ministry of Health according to the vision for 2021. What are the key segments which should be developed? Which areas should become strategic in 2021?
Hi, good morning again. Sorry, I wasn't following so well the interpretation. It seems like I cannot share my slides, but that's okay. I will try to talk through them. So, and then we can share slides after. Before I go into the kind of directions of the reform, I just wanted to first pause and put in the context the reforms taking place in Ukraine. So first of all, I think it's important to acknowledge that Ukraine, the health reforms that are taking place now, they're part of a bigger reform push that started in 2014. And they're most dramatic kind of important reforms that are taking place since independence. I think it is also important to acknowledge that Ukraine is not alone, that there is a global movement for universal health coverage. And important documents have been adopted in 2019, for example, by the UN General Assembly, committing governments to achieving the goals of universal health coverage, which is not just to say that population is covered and has and make it an empty promise. But it's ensure that when people access health services, they do not suffer from impoverishing or catastrophic health spending, that they have access to essential health services that they need when they need them and of sufficient quality to improve their health. And the governments have committed themselves in 2019 again in the UN General Assembly. There has also been the Interparliamentary Union Assembly that also committed itself to the UHC goals. I also wanted to make a quick note on since we've touched that question before, that it is essential to ensure there is sufficient public financing for health. and that without it, it's very difficult for the country to make progress towards universal health coverage. If you look at the revenue mix in the WHO European region, it doesn't matter if it's Sweden, Denmark, Germany, they all rely on public financing. And things like out-of-pocket payments, voluntary health insurance, they play a small role. Whereas if you look at countries that are at a lower spectrum of financial protection and where people have high unmet need for health services, their countries tend to rely on high out-of-pocket payments and do not have sufficient government financing. I would like to support earlier statement made by Mr. Radutskyi also on an important alliance that can be created between Ministry of Finance, Parliament, and Ministry of Health on improving public financing for health in Ukraine. And part of this picture can be improved taxes on harmful products such as tobacco. And WHO has recently issued a note where it provides those detailed estimates of how much can be expected to gain for the budget of Ukraine with increased taxes on tobacco. Now, it's too bad I cannot show this very kind of nice cartoon that we have. It's a cartoon of two people with umbrellas, because the question is often asked, does Ukraine have a model of health insurance? And the important point about the word health insurance is that as long as it provides financial protection against unpredictable cost of illness, it is insurance. So it's like an umbrella that covers you when the rain comes. Also, we all know that there are broken umbrellas. You can call something insurance, but you can have very high co-payments, balanced billing, or lots of exclusions that you end up with a broken umbrella that barely covers you or does not cover you at all when the rain hits. I also wanted to pause quickly and mark important achievements that Ukraine has made in a very, very short time when it comes to health reforms. Ukraine at least made an aspiration and outlined a benefit package which emphasizes equity and human rights. When you look at that, it's actually one of the those types of approaches that are in line with evidence and with universal health coverage lessons. Then it relies on compulsory general tax funding, which also, as I emphasized again and again, a key element of this reform process all over the world. The funding is pooled at national level and it is managed by a single purchaser, which improves equity, but it also improves efficiency. And this needs to be kept regardless of how long and bumpy the road to universal health coverage and to achieving the goals of ensuring all Ukrainians have access to health services when they need them can be. The road is long and bumpy, but there are good things that Ukraine has achieved so far, and they need to be kept. However, it's only the tip of the iceberg, and therefore we need to continue to reform, and we cannot stop now. It is also important to acknowledge that the phase two, so-called phase two of the reform, has kind of fallen and at a time when the world was facing the biggest public health crisis of our lifetimes. In many European countries with mature health systems, usual approaches to financing hospitals and other providers had to be suspended or modified because there were revenue shortfalls. But importantly, I think what we see in Ukraine is that both Ministry of Health and NHSU were able to adapt constantly as the pandemic was changing, as they saw things changing. There was constant adaptation. For example, transition packages were introduced. There were, I know that service packages for COVID-19 treatment are being reviewed. So there's a constant adaptation happening. And so for that, also Ukraine has to be commended, because even mature health systems that are not trying to reform are facing big challenges now. But one lesson that we learned from this reform process so far is that health financing is necessary but insufficient to really improve clinical and managerial practice. And service delivery, including primary care and strengthening of governance arrangements, have to take place. National Health Strategy 2030 is key for that. It will create a common vision for the next stage of reforms and bring these various aspects of health system together. And I would like to also note here that this health service delivery vision, the importance of it, and that as outlined in the paper that was developed together with WHO and NHSU and Ministry of Health, it shows that all of these parts of primary care, specialized outpatient services, hospital care, they have to move together. And I would like to also, while all the attention is focused now on hospital services, and for important and good reasons, it is also important to remember that primary care is key to all health system goals and a high priority for Ukraine, particularly in the COVID-19 context, to ensure that essential health services continue to be provided. We know that where primary care is strong, there is a reduced unmet need. So fewer people end up not using health services when they need them. There is a reduced health inequalities. There is a reduction in premature NCD burden and inequities, and there is a reduction in catastrophic healthcare payments among the poor. So while we're focusing on hospital services, we should not abandon primary care, and particularly improvement of the service delivery model of primary care. It is also important for us to continue with the focus on governance. Important steps have been done in earlier reforms when NHSU and centralized procurement agencies have been established. They have been established as arm's length public institutions. And this is in line with good governance and overall long-term anti-corruption efforts that Ukraine has been going through. But it is important to keep that, and effective governance for autonomous public legal entities with roles in universal health coverage like NHSU and centralized procurement agency requires to have constructive relationship and regular and open communication among different ministries, among levels of government, clear assignment of roles and decision authorities of all agencies and bodies, and capacity in the Ministry of Health for evidence-based policy and for setting strategic direction and overseeing performance ex post. One also important note to be made is that health sector needs to be engaged more actively in the ongoing decentralization reform discussions. And this is very closely linked to the service delivery reform and to the hospital network creation. I have noticed, I haven't been here for a long time, and for most of the time that I have been, it's been the COVID crisis. But I have noticed recently when I was looking that health sector is not noted in the decentralization reform page. There's education, social protection, but not health. And I might not understand this, but it's important to see why it's not there and how we, as those who are interested in health reform, can better engage in this decentralization reforms, be part of it, and also make sure that the specificities of the health reform and of health financing and service delivery are taken into account when decentralization reforms happen. So with this, I'd like to stop and I welcome any questions.
Дякую, Еліно. Мені
Thank you, Elina. I have to thank you for the statements which you made. That's in line with the messages our speakers already told. It's very good that we have the same vision between the national representatives and international donors. And now we are moving to another topic. Andriy Skipalsky, passing the floor to you. We know that the topic of public health is one of the key priorities for you. Would you be so kind to tell us more about the initiatives which should be adopted for 2021, especially in the area of tobacco control, and what are the risks in the implementation of those priorities? I will start with what was not planned about the draft law 4142, which should become a basic legal framework. It should become the legal framework, as right now we have very fragmented legislation. It's a very acute and topical draft law, and it should be the priority. All the steps in this direction are welcome. Now, we know that there are no ideal documents, but we can see that we have some progress in this direction, and we do hope that the first reading will happen before the new year. As for the general topic, the public health received unprecedented attention, but unfortunately not in the financial point of view. Due to the COVID situation, everyone is speaking about how to react to this situation and where is the responsibility of the public health. It's a very complicated time for Ukraine. We both have the pandemic situation and the reform, and everything is going on. That's why public health, I would like to move to another one. We have reform of the primary care, and it happened, and I support it. And we do believe that it's a very positive step. And now we are moving to the evaluation of the performance. And now we should move from the number of the agreements signed. And last week, the research steps was published, and now we can see that outcome, which says the hugest burden, such as chronic diseases, are our key issue. So not the infections, but the chronic diseases. So the not infectious contagious diseases should be the priority, but the chronicles. We have some framework documents and other different bylaws, but we do not have funds for this. That's why prevention should be the next step. There are no centers which are dealing with prevention. Thought that the area which should be considered as the priority. Some of them were established, but none of them are performing the activities. And we do not know how the doctors of the primary care are dealing with the prevention. So the funds which were allocated for the prevention activities were in fact taken away for the preparation to the COVID situation. So the president started speaking about the prevention and saving the health. So there are some framework strategies. There is no systematic approach and there are no funds. And we should think what we should do with this. Today, we heard that national health system will monitor and will become an incentive for the doctors. We do hope that next year they will start this process. So politically, everything is moving in the right direction, but from the structural point of view, a lot of work should be invested to start the activities in the prevention area to also improve not only the longevity but the quality of life, and it should become part of the reform. And we're speaking about the public health system, and there are commitments on the biosecurity, and we should start discussing this draft law. It's a very important draft law in this pandemic situation, and we are also saying that we have success in the alignment of the legislation on the quality of blood preservation. And the last, what we have to do, we have to implement the long-term directive 40 on tobacco, which will introduce the new rules, and we do hope that it will be adopted and introduced. But it's a complicated issue. Everything has been already said on the policy of fees for the alcohol, and there was a 7-year action plan. And every year, the there is a 20% increase of this fee. I do believe that it should be done step by step with the targeting of the specific market. I know that there is a tool how to achieve it, but it should be reviewed and considered very thoroughly where the funds will go, and they should be allocated for the prevention and preserving of health. So everything is spent on the treatment. 44 billions of dollars are paid by the smokers, and 44 billion. So these are not people, because the corporation are only administering the tax, and so the state is not giving any assistance to the smokers. No smoking free therapy. So those people are just left for themselves. And with the decrease of interventions and visits, the prevention becomes even more and more important, especially when we want to prevent the chronic diseases. I would like now to join Mrs. Olena Korchkevich, who is an expert of public health of the International Renaissance Fund.
My question to you is, how do you see the priority areas of development, and what mechanisms, in your opinion, and steps taken to prevent, such as anti-vaccination and the idea that COVID-19 doesn't exist? Because obviously the health of Ukrainians depends on this. I thank you for inviting me. I'm Olena Kucheruk. I'd like to continue on the topic that was touched upon by Andrii. The public system, the public healthcare system exists, and it only became possible thanks to the reform which was launched 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And indeed, until then, no one really delineated public health and clinical medicine. And this structure, public health structure, is evolving under difficult conditions, of course. The service still in the process of restructuring, and this is to do with the fact that most old institutions need to be reorganized so that they become part of the single healthcare structure. We also felt some resistance, and the first thing that needs to be done is to revisit structural units in the regions of Ukraine, because Ukraine is a large country and you cannot introduce changes just at the center and expect that they will percolate out into the regions on their own. So you need to have the widespread network in the regional centers if you want the reform to really take root. So this is the first area I'd like to point out. Second point is I agree with Andriy completely that despite the pandemic, uh, non-infectious diseases, of course, mm, affects the population most because we pay more and more money on chronic diseases. Therefore, the prevention of non-infectious diseases should be a priority because that's how we will be able to achieve this ideal situation where healthy population works and pays taxes. Using this, we can increase funding for healthcare system, which will take care of the entire population, and thus the health will improve and people will be able to continue work and pay more taxes. So prevention of non-infectious diseases is priority. But epidemiological control and infectious diseases, let's talk about this separately. And I'm not just talking about COVID-19. And no country was prepared for this, of course, and everyone had to be working under stress and trying to find the solutions. But I'd like to remind you that Ukraine, before COVID and after, and now we still have difficulties such as hepatitis, HIV, multi-resistant tuberculosis, which touch upon not just the public health and also economic burden, it's also state security. So these diseases must remain in the spotlight of attention. And as far as I know, Ukraine is currently migrating from the international donor funding to national funding. And the government of Ukraine took responsibility to fund uh, the measures needed to counter these infectious diseases. So this remains a very important component of development and that needs to be developed. And now your question regarding vaccination and so on, and this concerns not just coronavirus, but over the past 5 to 10 years, we saw proliferation of opinions regarding non-vaccination. And we have high expectations for next year, and we realize that vaccination is probably the only way to stop the spread of COVID-19. But we all understand that this will only happen if most overwhelming majority of the population will be vaccinated. But indeed, there are various myths that now circulate in the public domain could certainly be barriers to this. So I think the role of government is very important, and of course responsibility of the mass media, because the damage has been done already by the mass media spreading fakes that have nothing to do with evidence based medicine. And in that sense, the government should take responsibility to send out and state their position, and certain measures should be taken against those who spread rumors and fake information. Otherwise, we will never be able to uh, stop that, and that will obviously prevent proper vaccination campaign from happening. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Tetyana Yurochko. I know that healthcare school, along with um, partners, are planning to launch a master's program starting from January next year on global health. How do you think this will impact the healthcare system of Ukraine? Thank you for your question. As a representative of educational side of healthcare system, I can say that indeed a major breakthrough in improving healthcare has been introducing a specialization in public health. But these specializations, unless you introduce major quality criteria, we might bury a very good idea that never took root. So we must use international standards to train experts in these programs. So understanding this, together with colleagues, we got this project and along with international partners, we will be designing an English language master's program on global health. And this should introduce European approaches, European standards. We will be able to invite foreign lecturers, professors who will be conducting classes, and this will also foster scientific research in public health area. This really needs a major incentive because we cannot really improve a system unless we create the evidence base that we can rely upon. So, of course, expectations from this project are huge. The only reservation is that whether we will be able to communicate properly under these lockdown conditions. But uh, but I don't think the quality of the results will suffer. You also training managers in for healthcare system, don't you? Well, because colleges and universities are now enjoying a new status, to what degree, or rather, what is the demand among potential students or applicants to be trained in this area in management? Well, healthcare management program is or was rather a pilot project to begin with. And at that time, no one even talked about management in healthcare. But now we see a rising need in staff for this area. Plus, amendments have been introduced to the list of professions, and now the general director and the deputy need to have specialized education in two uh, walks of knowledge, such as public administration, and 007 is management and administration. And one of such specialization include management in healthcare. And but in this reference book of professions did not include that before. But of course, healthcare system is rather a special area for management, and they need to know, be knowledgeable and experienced in cases that are unique to healthcare system. Now, Ministry of Education only uh, gives us 2 to 3 budget-funded places. We are ready to train the staff, to train specialists in this area, but we probably also need to work with medical institutions and healthcare ministry. We're already working with the National Healthcare Service, but this process requires daily attention and full cooperation of all stakeholders. Thank you, Tetyana. I wish you and all of us success. And dear colleagues, we have looked at many important issues, and I thank you. And since we only have 5 to 7 minutes left till we have to finish, I would like to give the floor to each of you. But I'd like to start with Elina because Elina is remotely connected now. So uh, if you would like to take a minute to uh, some concluding remarks, could you please tell us about your main thoughts?
I think I already was privileged to have kind of an intervention twice. I do not want to take up time from other panelists, but I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we are having this event and discussing a range of issues and reform and the issue of the reforms that are more long-term, let's say, than the current epidemic. So I really appreciate the organizers, and I think that it's really important that we, all of us who are interested in the health reforms and in improving health outcomes for Ukrainian population, it's good for us to have that long-term vision, and the National Health Strategy 2030 is a good place for all of us to come together. With that, I would like to give the word to others. Thank you.
Дякую, Еліно. Дякую, що долучилися. Отже, колеги, я пропоную...
Thank you, Alina. Now I'd like to give the floor to Andriy Skipalsky, and then please take turns. Last year, in January, I started my life by stating that 2020 should be the year for public health. And there were reasons for this, because the government made a lot of interesting decisions, but COVID-19, of course, disrupted our plans. But I am convinced that 2021 should be public health year, which would include mitigating the consequences of COVID-19. And we should finally arrive at the stable development stage. Thank you. Challenges like COVID-19 always come to an end, but healthcare system of Ukraine should evolve and grow. And this includes, of course, issues like learning lessons is important. And it's even hard to say which is more important and which is less important, because it's really, we're talking about the security of the whole country and stability of its population. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to emphasize the fact that the speed of changes and reform largely depends on the available funding. So before the parliament makes final decisions about how much should be earmarked for Ukraine's healthcare system, they take this into account, because we will need a strong financial support to implement our plans. Thank you. Olena, over to you now. Thank you. I'd like to emphasize one very important point, and I believe everyone is looking forward to that. Patients, doctors, and managers in a healthcare system. I think the country and the government still lacks vision or strategy. Often we talk about e-health and epidemiological supervision or procurement and so on. All of that, of course, is important and good, but there seems to be a lack of general vision at the level of the whole nation. We do have the national strategy, of course, and it is designed for 2020. But the strategy that is being introduced in Ukraine is very correct, even taking into account the compromises that were then introduced to parliament and so on. I think the government should push forward, but I think we need a consolidated opinion regarding our general vision. And after that, we can work out all the technical details of that, but we should certainly start from the general vision. So I urge everyone to take part in general dialogue. Uh, that's the presidential administration, the government, the parliament, and of course, donors and partners and NGOs should also take part in this process. And I really want this to happen next year because we've been talking about this for several years now, and it's time to actually act. I agree and I support position of my colleagues. I hope that next year health of people, of the public, becomes a priority next year. And I want that I want to see that each directive is actually implemented. This would require managerial decisions, systemic approach, robust funding, which will all contribute toward support that public healthcare system needs. Because unless you are healthy, economic consequences will be affected. Epidemic will sooner or later will finish, and I would really like to see that at the post-pandemic period, priorities for funding healthcare system stay. Thank you. As a moderator, I agree with Andriy Vilensky regarding the need to fund medical guarantees program and increasing that funding. We talked a lot about strategic things, but we understand that 2021 is just around the corner. It won't have any designated COVID fund, but COVID seems to stay with us. And I really hope that funding for healthcare system will go up, perhaps even at the expense of some other areas, because in addition to the pandemic, the ongoing pandemic, we still need to implement the reform of healthcare system, which must not be slowed down. I thank you all for your active participation. I'll see you later.
Доброго дня. Доброго дня, шановні
Good
учасники.
afternoon, dear colleagues, our viewers of our panel discussion, reform dialogues. And now we've come to the educational part. I'm Mykhailo Skiba. I'm an expert in of education and skills of the future program at the Ukrainian Institute for the Future. So we have today Svitlana Soprun, civic education expert at PACT Engage. Good afternoon. And also we have Iryna, executive director of the Open Policy Foundation, Green School founder. And also online we have Serhiy Babak, the head of the Parliament Committee on Education, Science and Innovation. And also online, Andriy, the Deputy Minister of Education. So we are starting. And I will recollect that today we are evaluating the educational reform policy, which is introduced by the Cabinet of Government. So first we assess the activities of the Parliament. So I will speak about the principles to have the understanding of what we are speaking about, how we're going to evaluate. So the Toronto principles, that the comprehensive approach to the reform and integration of Ukraine to the world context. Also, increasing the capacity of educational institutions, increasing the quality of research programs and of educational programs as well. Also, the Toronto Principles underlines that the principles of education should be in line with the market requirements. So education should be forecasted and aimed at meeting the needs of the market. Also, this means that we should take into account the labor market, also gender equality and sustainable development, which should assist in implementing the public education program. And we will take our time to assess what have been done to develop the public education. So I would like to start with asking everyone from our panel discussion to tell, if you were just 3 minutes, your opinion about this document. So I remind that it's an analytical document which is available at the website of the RPR website. So assessment of the activities of the parliament and the government from January to October 2020 in compliance with the principles of Toronto document. I can see that Mr. Vladimir Bakrushin joined us, an expert from the PRP. We are greeting Mr. Vladimir. He is a professor. And I think that we will start with you because you were drafting this document. And further, everyone will have 3 minutes to tell about your vision, how you assess the progress, and the key priorities, key issues. We will take blocks, the legislation, approximation of the legislation, also the quality of education, uh, and also the competition of education in the global context, That's the communication between the labor market and education. So I will ask Mr. Volodymyr, as you are the person who drafted this document, please tell us your insights, because I don't think there is a necessity to tell the content of the document, as it's possible to see it on the website. And then we are greeting Mr. Andriy Vitrenko, the Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. So we're starting. Mr. Volodymyr, your review of this topic and also your evaluation of the progress. Good afternoon. I'm greeting all the colleagues. This document was a frame document for 2020 assessment of what has been achieved, and then the next step is the assessment of what should be done further. But I will try to be out of these frames, because the issues which we have in our education are what we have because of the situation we had in 80s. Because the topics we discuss now were also the topic in 1980s and became the higher education and education in general. But those programs were not implemented due to different situations. So the democratic situation, then the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the situation did not evolve for the better. But today we're speaking about the situation of the development of education and higher education till 2030, and not only in Ukraine, but in the European context, and also the development of the economic strategy of development of Ukraine for this period. That's why what we have to do in education area, we should also consider in the framework of all the reforms which are now going in Ukraine. And also we have to consider how the development of higher education is considered in Europe. The issues of which arose in the area of education were not solved, unfortunately, in the last years, but some steps were taken which can become the basis for further solutions. If we speak about the recent times, that the law on the secondary education, which changes the legislative framework in the area of education and gives the possibility for the educational institutions to be more creative and innovative, and to provide the education which is needed for the development of the state. When we speak about the perspectives, we should start with the point that no one will be against seeing Ukraine as a competitive, developed country. And to achieve this goal, it is necessary to have the education at the proper level, and the education should prepare both at this school level or professional schools the experts, those professionals who could develop the new technologies, and a lot of actions should be taken, not only to modernize the subject of the education, but also the technical capacities, also to increase the links between business and education. So a lot of things to be done. Unfortunately, there is no comprehensive vision of those who are drafting the educational policy. I'm not speaking only about the state institutions, but also of all the stakeholders. A number of people, in fact, are very disappointed in the reforms, and they are searching a better future in the past. But I believe that the future should be searched for in front of us to see how the economy and technologies are being developed, how the world is developing, and we have to adapt our education to these changes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Volodymyr. Now I'm passing the floor to Mr. Vitrenko, who represents the Ministry of Education and Science. That's why I will ask for a brief, concentrated opinion of the ministry about those expert recommendations, assessment of the parliament and government, the Toronto document. Was everything taken into account? How would you assess the challenges faced by the state institutions? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to inviting me for such an important event, this conference. As for the recommendations, suggestions in the area of education, the team of the Ministry of Education and Science is aimed at the reform, and we are not planning to stop any of the reforms who has, as some people say, with an alternative point of view. We have 5 priorities, I can name them. So the first one is the preschool education. The second one is the good quality school education, new Ukrainian school. Then there's the professional education. You know that those professional education should be developed because we are lacking people with these professional skills. Then the higher education. And number 5 is involvement of Ukraine into Euro-Atlantic scientific society. Because we know that our scientists are very high professionals with great ideas, and they should be within the Euro-Atlantic family. Besides, we have another challenge which we didn't have, that's the COVID-19. So the education has changed, education is being transformed, and no one ever had those challenges. But we are overcoming them. We understand, we have some experience, and we have constant communication with our European colleagues, and we understand those challenges and also how to overcome them, and we are doing it. Of course, maybe some of our steps could be disputed, but there is no ideal solution how to act. No one has it, neither in Europe nor in Ukraine. Every educational institution is different, and we are trying to give more autonomy to the educational institutions for the heads of those institutions to act accordingly to the situation. So they had the chance to implement the ideas they have. One of our priorities is also children from the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. We strongly believe that we shouldn't lose any of children from the Donbass and the Crimea. We are ready to reform, to have the Ukrainian national education, to be competitive, qualitative, and to overcome this gap between what is taught in higher education and what is needed on the market. That's why we invite the market representatives, business, the researchers, the lecturers, and parents as well. And if we look at the strategy for higher education 2131, more than 110 people were drafting this strategy. We are listening to all the ideas and we are ready to collaborate with everyone if it makes our educational system of Ukraine better and more qualitative. Thank you, Mr. Andrii. Now I'm passing the floor to Mr. Serhiy Babak, the head of the parliamentary committee. From the systemic management approach, and the parliamentary committee is the institution which is responsible for the design and drafting of the policy. What's your vision of those expert recommendations? What could you add on your part as the representative of the parliamentary committee? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you have a great connection with me and you can hear me perfectly. At least from my side, that you can hear me well. We already have made some steps in the parliament, and you mentioned it in the review that the amendments to the higher education and the new law on secondary education. So these laws became a basis for the fundamental changes. The reform of the education could not be finished at some point because the world is changing around us and we have to be flexible and to adapt to it in the legislative way as well. We have to provide the communication between the preschool kids up to the time when they graduate from the universities. In the legislation, some of the points were adapted already, and we have to deal also with some elements such as the recruitment of the graduates from the universities. And thus we will take into consideration different nuances, and we also included the KPIs for the heads of the higher educational institutions. Also, the indicative cost of education was included, and also we equated the cost of the state funds for the education and what what the students are paying with the paid education. And we believe that the universities will receive more funds, and thus the universities will have the possibility to increase the remuneration of the chair of the professionals and researchers. Also, there are the draft laws in the committee on the professional technical education, and we would like to draft a general law, and we have to pay attention also to preschool and also on the education for adults. We have working groups on those topics, and we also have to pay attention to the development of science and also how to make the scientific researches commercial. And we are in a constant communication with all the stakeholders. So what sometimes we do lack, that in the parliament we are trying to make the basics, the fun. And then the next step should be taken by the government, by the cabinet of ministers. For example, in the law on the secretary creation, there were some provisions which we had in 2017, so where we have to move to the higher specialized school, and we have also to draft the standards of this education and also what we want to see in those gradients, and not that many years are left until 2027. In fact, from 2024, we should start piloting the higher secondary school. So in many cases, we have the ball on the field of the cabinet of ministers, but as committee, we will continue our work. Thank you, Mr. Serhiy. You mentioned the stakeholders, and we are now moving to those who are very active in submitting the amendments, the recommendations, and assisting in all possible ways. Mrs. Iryna, how would you evaluate the progress from autumn 2019? How would you evaluate the policy and the activities of the government of cabinet of ministers? Thank you. I assess in a positive way the reform in the education, and the outcomes will be more measurable in 3 years. The analytics say those who drafted them. The outcomes, which will be positive, will be in 7 years. So now we are in this most pressing time when we are mainly focused on the challenges. But I would compare the educational reform with sort of a startup, because we are testing more and we have the expertise of them, and we have also the history not only of successes but also of mistakes, and the lessons learned will assist us in this. And I'm very happy that we have expert discussions and what have been done when we were preparing for this conference. And I know that Mr. Bashushin is one of the co-authors of the education reform of Ukraine. And this expert opinion is very important, not only from the success stories, but also from the mistakes which we have learned. And we have to acknowledge those mistakes, not to undermine our efforts, but rather to find further ways how to eliminate them. And now I would like to focus mainly on the secondary education, on the professional and technical education, and then on the remote learning, and also for children on the temporarily occupied territories. So the next slide, please. So the distance learning, remote learning, is the area which Ukraine was only partially ready, because in the wartime, the remote education was the only way how we could provide education for these children. And I'm quite optimistic about the reforming our education in the distance learning format, because the quality education should have the content and the tools how they teach the pupils. And doesn't mean nothing if it's online or offline. The main thing is how the teachers are teaching them. That's the main indicator how the students are learning. And it doesn't matter whether it's a mixed or learning type or a distance learning. And I'm very happy that there were a number of amendments in the legislation on education. The second factor, which is very positive, in the regions and in local communities, the teams of the education employees are already very eager to support the reform. Of course, we have a number of people who are quite conservative and who can see only the drawbacks. And the third aspect, which I would like to underline, that due to the pandemic situation, a lot of parents, not only in Ukraine but all around the world, started to be more involved to the internal processes in the world, and this also allowed to involve the parents community, who are the innovators in schools, what are the school courses. So almost all the parents became the teachers as well, but also it gave a huge resource to understand how the Ukrainian education functions. And it's very important for the Ministry of Education and Science, and also at the level of NGOs, to analyze. We understood that we have common goal to have a high quality education, and we should involve all the stakeholders as well as parents to the brainstorming, and to have the forum. Maybe it could be conducted on the website of the Ministry of Education, and to invite even parents and even children, for them to tell the cases about their practices about the pandemic situation.
And this material should be analyzed. It's a unique chance that this pandemic has created for us, and we should certainly capitalize on it and involve all the stakeholders to form their opinion. If possible, let's separate evaluation and recommendations, because it makes sense to finish with recommendations. Okay, next slide. And I want you to show this to everyone. This was used in a web conference from Kaunas. This slide talks a lot. This speaks volumes, because many teachers and children and distance learning are ineffective. But we need to understand why the situation has occurred. And speaking of challenges, I believe chaos, equipment, and people are the main ones. We need to understand that, in fact, at the level of management, there is no online management. And this tsunami of chaos exists at the level of a common teacher who is simply not ready. The same goes for management of schools and universities. As far as technical capabilities is concerned, we found that there is no fiber optic internet, and households don't even have access to internet. And the last problem is the teacher. Are the teachers ready for reform? Are they ready for distance learning? I know many teachers who were trained. She is 62 years old. She teaches chemistry, and she showed us how she learned Moodle platform. And there are many teachers who are ready to do distance learning properly. We just need to rely on them and move forward. But speaking of expertise, a major advantage of the situation is that the community of inspired educationalists has been born. As far as legal framework is concerned, a lot has been done already for distance learning. A special um, act has been developed by the Ministry of Education. Um Guidance has been developed for distance learning for schools, but it is important to maintain the dialogue between the Ministry of Education and stakeholders. But currently, we must say that there is a lack of uh, organizational structures that could, and institutions that could actually handle the task of getting things organized and moving this mode of training forward. We've been receiving a lot of advice and recommendations. Speaking of expertise, it's important to have hotline uh, and call centers where people could get advice and have their questions answered. And I believe Open Policy Fund has received 43,000 phone calls from the whole country. And this encourages us to say that there are some specific concerns that students and teachers have. And of course, we need to find ways of meeting those uh, concerns and mitigating them. But in summary, it's important to build trust. I think the biggest problem is that in this country, everyone seems to be fighting against everyone. And this wall of that separates us, we need to bury this sword and instead, use bricks and mortar to build trust. And we shouldn't fight on the political grounds. And I think we need to understand that we need to have and rely on media, spread good success stories, and try to look at issues holistically. This wraps up my presentation. Thank you. Well, so the key issue is reform of education is a marathon, and we need trust, we need constructive criticism, but we need proposals and startups too. Svitlana, could you tell us As an expert who works with both students and professional organizations, could you talk about the progress of reforms in a wider context? Well, it is my pleasure to share my thoughts and observations. The program has been operational in Ukraine for 4 years, and all 4 years we've been working with the Ministry of Education and introducing the new Ukrainian school program. And throughout the past 4 years, the ministry has been very cooperative with us, and we've studied international experience and introduced best practices in Ukraine. As far as the document that we developed, I fully agree with those recommendations, but I believe it lacks one section. And I'd like to talk mostly about secondary education. As was stated earlier, educational reform started with new Ukrainian school. This was stressed, this was in the spotlight of attention, and this year we see that finally the law was passed on the full secondary education. Now respective bylaws are being developed that spell out the law, and in late September state standards have been approved, and we now are waiting for development and developing the state standards for general secondary education, so that curricula can be adopted and fine-tuned appropriately. Speaking of 2020, we certainly need to be mindful of the challenges brought about by COVID-19. We see further need for distance learning. Our system of education was not prepared for distance learning, but actually no country in the world was prepared for that. And I believe the Ministry of Education, along with the public and business and NGOs, found a way of online school, which was broadcasted by television, and it during that critical time it solved the problem. During the summer there were a lot of programs, sectoral analysis was held, and a lot of effort was spent in order to make online courses that would work, and in order to prepare the schools and teachers for another lockdown. And no one was knew whether schools would open on the 1st of September or not. The point I'm trying to make is that various online decisions were developed. Unfortunately, the government should have done a better job, because we've been talking about creation and the design of a comprehensive educational platform. It should have included everyone, both students and teachers. This was not done, unfortunately, but teachers were actually expecting that to be done by the government. But online platform and development of online tools is important, and people should pay special attention to this. Also, speaking of reform, it is always hard to evaluate the effectiveness of reforms. But in order to do that, you have to monitor and evaluate the impact of reforms. In other words, we need to see some specific changes 5, 7 years from now, but we can't just keep on reforming without knowing what we're doing and whether it's actually producing any positive results. So this seems to be a vulnerable spot, and educationalists should consult with the public and keep the public abreast of things, consult, discuss, gauge the response. For instance, last September, Ministry of Education made a public statement about the new Ukrainian school, and they found that in fact the public supported this, and when you can rely on the public support, it certainly helps you with the pace of reforms. So this is important in the context of reform. The system of education, just like other systems such as healthcare, they are very large and they are prone to inertia. But unless you have an open discussion with people who are actually implementing the reform, getting their feedback, the reforms will not be successful. I'm certain of that. Thank you, Svitlana. Now I'd like to ask the question to representative of the ministry. It concerns people because politics is generated by people and reforms are implemented by people. So it has been mentioned already that over the past 4 years, you've managed to establish a certain dialogue regarding practical steps. So how in this context, Andriy, could you comment on the attempts to change organizational structure of the ministry? There was this decree that talks about the need to reorganize the structure of the ministry. Could you update us on the latest developments here? Thank you for your question. Indeed, I'm aware of the situation. Well, institutional capacity to introduce reform or to further reforms will happen. In fact, changes are designed to bolster the institutional capacity of the ministry and support the staff. We will have some inefficient staff members criticized. The ministry still has that have not been carried out since 2018. And there were also people who did not share the government position. So Ministry of Education and Science is simply trying to bolster its institutional capacity to implement reforms, to improve effectiveness of its work. And I'm sure that the new structure will only make the ministry stronger and will help us to achieve our midterm and long-term goals. So the directorates will stay. Just to remind you that directorates are the pilot structures and their mandate was limited to policy making, to develop decisions for the future, producing strategies, and quite a few experienced and highly skilled people joined those directorates. Those directorates also enjoyed injections from foreign donors. And so the directorates have the prerogative to form expert opinion with which the minister may agree or disagree, but he cannot directly fire director representative. Well, we don't fire anyone actually. On the internet, there are a lot of rumors, and I'm sure when you see the new structure of Ministry of Education and Science, you will be pleasantly surprised. As I said, all effective people who work in the ministry will stay on. They will continue to work. We're not downsizing en masse, something that is purported by so-called experts. We fully realize that we are very responsible. The Ukrainian public is looking at us. We are under close supervision and monitoring. And so we cannot let people down. Thank you. I'd like to ask you another question regarding distance learning and how it will be supported at the hardware level. Because as we know, the old platform has been arrested. There were some issues regarding the code. How do you see the way out of the situation, and what is the ministry recommending to do under these circumstances, given the quarantine situation? The Ministry of Education, obviously mindful of COVID-19. Now we have Deputy Minister Seletsky, who is the deputy on digitalization of the ministry. The Ministry of Education is now implementing a pilot project. Content is being added, and in the last summer, A new project was introduced to help teachers to improve their digital skills. And as far as I know, most of Ukrainian teachers did go through this course. They improved their skills. The platform is now up and running in its pilot mode, and it will be a new Ukrainian online school that will be reliant on hardware and software. Now we're just adding more and more content to this. Now I'd like to give the floor to could you please comment, give us your comments about how do you think the government is prepared to fully implement distance learning methods using digital media, or do you think we need the support of experts in order to develop changes to the existing legislation in order to make this happen? I personally do not see any limitations in the legislation for distance learning to work in full. This is permitted by the legislation. I'm not sure whether there are guidances and bylaws for this, but there is no direct ban on this. We all, of course, understood that starting from the 1st of September, we will have certain limitations. That was clear from the outset. That's why we recommended the Ministry of Education to prepare for the 1st of September, and we shared our recommendations to the committee. Of course, we could have done a better job, but it wasn't, it may have been worse too. So I think we should just focus on the outstanding challenges instead. But I don't see legislative limitations as such. Uh, and we will try to make it part of the legislation. Actually, I support and the speakers because currently it all is spelled out in the law on education, both secondary and higher education. So I don't see any legislative hurdles. The key issue, the key challenge is first and foremost online management, because this is a completely different form of how educational space is organized. Uh, and now we already have some we have enterprise package which we received from Google, and it is good that education is done at the level of education, and it is done in the cloud. And there are other management issues, of course. For instance, there is no technical administrator, there is no specialized deputy headmaster, uh, and organs of local self-governance have to find funds to fund this. Also, evaluation issues need to be revisited. So all of that is within the managerial, let's say, group of challenges. But there's also a question of national platform. But colleagues, let's be honest. Uh, we've collected a lot of content during the last 5 to 7 years. We have a lot of video classes that can train you uh, for external evaluation, and those are free of charge. But on the first day when lockdown was introduced, I phoned to Kramatorsk and asked them to open e-school platform content, which has full content, which was developed for school pupils to for the people for the pupils on the occupied territories. The teachers develop this content, but it needs to be closed at the same time. And the advanced training school college um, could open this content and make it available not just to the pupils of occupied territories, but also for the rest of Ukraine. After all, this was purchased using the taxpayers' money. So currently, the restriction is copyright, but we need to delineate, the property rights and intellectual rights, and make the content that is already prepared, make it available to open it. This is also in line with inclusive education. And the third issue is the teacher, of course, and standard requirements for professional qualifications have been approved already. I welcome that. And I believe at this stage, it's not about the legislation or legal framework. We need to look at content, management. In other words, it is currently at the level of management of schools and educational departments at the councils. Yes.
And I would like to say that in those managerial solutions, we shouldn't lose also the issue that we have to teach parents how to organize this remote distance learning process. And I'd like to say thank to the Embassy of Lithuania, because we have now this video instructions for the parents and for the children how to organize their working space, both for parents and for children. And I will share this with the participants. And Mrs. Svitlana also was willing to add something. Coming back to the e-platform, I believe that it's a very pressing topic, and it's very good that we will see the platform with some content. A number of years, the International Technical Assistance Project and international organization were collaborating with the ministry on the developing of the content. For 4 years, when we were implementing the public education, and the Ukrainian lecturers together with international experts, the content, how to integrate public education with the preliminary school and also to have a separate class for public education in the 10th grade. We have also online courses for the teachers about the inclusive schools and inclusive classes, about the gender sensitive issue on the rights of children. So, in fact, we have already prepared a very huge volume of contents, which was drafted by the Ukrainian uh, educational experts. So, first, on downloaded, uploaded on Edera, then other platforms. It's in UA, so there are different platforms where different donors organization have added. So where some very good manuals on financial literacy and so on. They do exist, but we do not know where to upload this. It would be great if the teachers could have this unified place where the teachers could find all the information, if not the program itself, but at least the links. We can also upload to the Ministry of Education platform. We are ready to transfer those materials. They were designed not for our sake, but for the teachers, for the pupils, and for the parents as well. It will be great if the minister will coordinate and we will transfer all the materials we have. So I just wanted to say that we are ready to join your efforts. Mr. Serhiy also has his comment. Dear colleagues, about the management of distance learning, maybe some additional remuneration is needed to the teachers. And there is also a deputy chiefs of the school who is responsible for this remote distance learning. Of course, there are some technical aspects, and there's the status instance is needed. And I know that the Ministry of Digital Transformation is dealing with the internet access to the school, but 1/3 of the schools have a very low internet connection. It would be great if, when we are now drafting the state budget, and one of the items, I mean, the education one, is the overcoming the COVID-19 situation. And if there will be a subvention for the schools, which will allow to the schools to procure the necessary hardware for the teachers to work on distance. Last year, when we started our vacation in the parliament, we spoke with the Ministry of Interior, and we looked at the platform, and we were also looking in a close region. So the point is not how the platform was procured, and the functional aspects of this platform does not allow to provide a qualitative educational platform. It cannot be used as an online platform for teaching, and the substantial cost is needed to finish this platform. So with the previous team of the Ministry of Education, we left it as it is. Around 40 million of state funds were spent for this platform. You are quite right, the content is the most complicated part. And I believe that there are huge numbers of online education, that there are courses for um, gender equality and public education, on both on Prometheus and Terra and so on training for the interior testing. But there are no classes for the schools. Uh, In this very emergency time, we were doing this online lessons for schools, sort of a substitution for everyone, for all children who have either uh, access to internet. And so the task of the committee, which was in our committees, the task was to have those broadcasting TV programs of the secondary education. So, for example, if a child didn't understand the subject with the children, with the teacher, the child can download this video and watch at home. And then the teachers should have the possibility to upload their own classes. Then it will be the competition between the teachers, and then we could use this approach to find the better classes, because even if we upload all the best links and courses, and even to have the marketplace and even the paid courses, and they could, for example, prepay them. But it's not the main idea. But we believe that it should be a building block which would allow the teachers to upload their own lessons. And we believe that this platform should be developed anyway, and it doesn't matter whether it will be the COVID or if we have, for example, a huge snowstorms. You were willing to comment something. So, dear colleagues, if you need any of our contacts, we are always open to collaboration, so we are very thankful. So a few more words about the distance learning. But we still have to talk about the preliminary preschool and higher education. Mr. Serhiy and Mr. Andrii, but could we ask for the next year the budget for the internet for all the schools, the cable internet? So if we have the cable internet, if we have the cable internet in the school, then for the households, it will be the possibility to have this cable internet in the households. And in tele classes, would it be possible to have also the radio classes? Because not all the communities in the Donetsk region have the TV access, so maybe the radio casting would be a solution for them. We do not have the content of the lessons for the school curricular. And the last, what I would like to mention about the distance learning, that's to have a remuneration grid, the salary grid for the teachers. The list of issues is huge, but we cannot make the heads of the schools or the local administrations to solve those aspects by themselves. I believe that the remuneration of teachers should have a separate panel discussion. Mr. Serhiy has a comment. I have an answer. Uh, First of all, the cable internet of the school is not the task of the Ministry of Education. It's the part of the task of the Ministry of Digitalization. So they should provide the cable internet and high quality mobile internet. And the radio casting. For example, I do not understand how the mathematics could be taught through radio. So I believe that the internet is the possibility to see those TV classes through internet. Thank you. And very briefly about the preschool. Mr. Andriy, Mr. Serhiy, I know that in the committee you have some drafts and that Ministry of Education also have some ideas in the nearest future. What should be solved and what should be done? For the kids who are entering the school to be more prepared for the new Ukrainian school. It means that they shouldn't have only some knowledge, but also some soft skills. And briefly about higher education. About the preschool, I would like to say that we have a special plan on the preschool. It's one of the key priorities of the education reform and of the Ministry of Education and Science. First of all, it's to make the preschool education accessible, to increase its quality and to support of the teachers, and also to create an inclusive environment. That's the 4 points, 4 steps which we should move. There were some discussions about the age of 5 years at the beginning of the school, of the secondary school. So what will be the decision? I understand that it's not your direction because you're dealing with the higher education, but maybe you have the information. I would like to say that we are looking at several scenarios. We are taking into consideration a lot of aspects. So the first year of school is 5 years. I don't think, for example, that if a boy is finishes the school at being 19, so it's quite a complicated aspect, because in 18 they could be inscripted in the armed forces. And what about the colleges when people finish at 19 and 20? And it should be understood as a professional education. So we believe that this discussion is over the frame of our conference today. So there are several scenarios. What I can say that we will take into consideration the different opinions, and it will be a good decision. Mr. Serhiy, the age when the child is ready to go to school is set in the law. Your comment about the change of this age and what is the priority of the Committee for the Preschool Education. I will not comment on 5H to the school. What we should be looking at some aspects. We should be looking in the best education systems. We will see that in comparing with the European system, we have the schools at finishing the school at 18 in very developed countries such as Germany and the UK. We have the least number of hours of education for a pupil. For example, there is an average hour percentage, and it's 750 hours of education. For Ukrainian schools, it's 490 hours. It means that uh, the most the volume of the knowledge they have to digest in the first 4 years is similar. Maybe we have different approaches to secondary education. We have the longest vacations in the schools. The scientists already calculated that additional 1 year in school is from 6 to 8% in VAT because they will be more knowledgeable and will be more developed. And I believe that the inscription in the army could be moved to a different age. We have been discussing this age for more than 1 year, and the four steps which were mentioned by Mr. Andrii are in the right direction, but they are not specified. But when we are speaking about the preschool education, and then it's very similar to the school of adults. And the question is what will be the solution solved by this law on education of adults. So do we have any issues of the new qualifications? But it shouldn't be a separate law on education of adults. So, in fact, a lot of issues could be solved by not a new law, but by solving it through different amendments to other legislation. So, what is the priority for us? Is the education or a balanced development of a child? So how this preschool should be financed from the regional budgets or from the state budget? And the increase of salaries would cost for the state budget more than 50 million hryvnias. Then we have to reallocate the funds from the taxes, and everything is very linked with the state budget. So before we decide with those concepts, it will be very complicated to have good changes in the preschool education. So we could just make amendments in some decrees of the cabinet of ministers. So we either have to change the concept and then change the approaches, and this could be some small separate amendments, or we have to draft a completely new legislation and new approach. And I don't see the final concept with some achievable goals and approved by all the stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Serhiy. And to wrap up, just a few topics, a few remarks on the higher education. The strategy of higher education development was drafted for 2031. What are the next steps? And when you're going to move to the implementation? So we have finished the public discussion and discussing the amendments which we received from the NGOs and other stakeholders. And next step is the approval of the state institution, and then the next step will be the action plan. We are following this document, and it's a very important one, not only for the Ministry of Education, but to the whole science as well. And our higher education will be improved much. I'm not saying that now we have a bad higher education. We have very good higher education institutions, but as you know, this is a two-way road. Both the students should be willing to learn. So it's a complicated issue, this quality of higher education. As indicators where we move, we have two topics. That's the form of financing now of higher education, and also the indicative cost of education. So you receive the information from the university, so they have the educational independence, but they always look at the ministry in their other actions. So what are the activities on the part of the ministry? What happened? What will happen with those changes? Serhiy mentioned that they have introduced them, and we are implementing those amendments. And we do agree that some improvements are needed, so we will amend them uh, only for the sake and for the benefit of the higher educational institutions. If you could be brief, because Mr. Serhiy is willing to add something. I have a question to Mr. Andrii and to Mr. Serhiy about the access to higher education by the young people from the temporarily occupied territories. So what is the situation of the preparatory courses? And I'm very glad with the decision of the committee of the parliament about the preparatory courses. And I welcome that this year we have a positive dynamic of those who entered the Ukrainian universities. So the educational centers Donbas, Ukraine, and Crimea, Ukraine, the number of those who entered the budget, who took the budget places, is 51% more. Will there be the preparatory courses from January or maybe from February? Because the hot line is being called by the students. About the preparatory courses, I would like to tell that the preparatory courses will function because it's a provision of the law, and we are working on the implementation. Thank you for your assistance. So the state budget will have the allocated funds for for these courses. And now we will listen to the indicative cost. Thank you. I will try to explain how we see it and what we are doing. So the financing by the specific formula is perceived by everyone. So if you ask all directors of the state universities about this funding, so those who received more funds will be for this, and those who received less, they will be again this funding by formula, but it will exist. Moreover, we will have some amendments to the legislation to keep this financing by formula, and we believe that the Ministry of Finance approve this approach and support us in this. So we monitored how it happened, and everyone agrees with the method, and that this formula should be improved from time to time. So it was an attempt, and it was a very efficient one. But can we make a formula better? Of course we can. So if we speak about the recruitment of the students, they will receive more funding. So the indicative cost, even for the first year, it proves that though the number of those students who entered on the contract education, but it's also linked with the COVID and with the mixed and distance learning type. It's around 10% decrease, but the universities received around 20% more of fund. So the indicative cost should be increased and up to 80% in 21 and 100% to 2022. And last week, we discussed this program with the Ministry of Finance and with the Prime Minister. And at the Budget Committee, we've discussed also this possibility. And we hope that in 2021 it will be implemented. We will also have the funding for this in the budget.
Because one step of paying back the interest use like multiplication by 10, so 100 billion for budget funds can be used to improve quality of education, increasing the salaries of the faculty, and the funds will be coming from the banking system. As far as the preparatory courses is concerned, indeed, last summer we passed this law which makes it possible to to get enrolled with universities and colleges in Ukraine for school leavers from the occupied territories. And this is a great opportunity for them. But the most progressive norm in this law is, and we had quite a lot of discussions about it, but the preparatory courses actually received full support. More than 400 MPs voted for it, but we must try and get children not only after 11th year, but instead get them after the 10th year. So then they can spend 1 year on the Ukraine's mainland, the controlled territories, and then get enrolled with the university course, a bachelor's course. And so in the parliament, that's exactly what we're trying to do. And we amended the existing legislation to ensure funding of preparatory courses. This is in the first reading so far, but we are also thinking of adding 100,000 million, sorry, 100 million to bolster the funding for the preparatory courses. Thank you. Since we are running out of time, now I'd like to ask you very briefly summarize our discussion and come up with your recommendations for immediate future to make sure that reforms are moving forward dynamically and that what's been done already is built upon, and to make sure that contribution of education to economic growth is stable and sustainable. So first Svitlana, then Iryna, and then Andrii. Well, I believe it's important to understand that it's important not to stop, but go ahead with reforms, even though there are some mistakes have been made. Also, what I'd like to add is that as part of the school reform, we need to rely on the uh, partnership for various stakeholders and also hear the opinion of the public. Iryna, the important thing is to share values, make these values unite us, and we need to hold a series of consultations to make our roadmap more dynamic and adapt it to new challenges ahead. These consultations should involve both experts in the center as well as those on the ground. And finally, I believe we need to build trust, knock down the wall of mistrust, and move forward in a concerted effort. Thank you. I echo what my colleague has just said. I think we need to stay united. We do have a common goal, quality national education. We're doing this for the benefit of our children, because without quality education, you cannot build successful nation. So I urge you all to stay open, honest, and do your best to help with the reform effort. To continue on what Andrii mentioned, I'd like to also emphasize the fact that we need to separate personal and professional things from the state and government, because state education is a huge machine that funds of taxpayers are being invested into. So this system needs to be effective, it needs to ensure quality, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to provide quality educational services so that the main beneficiary, the children, could uh, build their own future in this country. That's why the Committee of Parliament is dedicated to developing education in Ukraine and fostering the reform process. Thank you. I'd like to agree with all the participants regarding the need to cooperate, and just the two issues that we forgot to mention because they are important. It first is bolstering the institutional capacity and autonomy of universities in Ukraine, because COVID-19 shows that this is indeed something we need to do. It's quite relevant these days. Next, internet platforms are important, but other countries show that none of these were successful without involving television and radio. Perhaps we should also pay attention to this. Okay, thank you. And at this point of mobilization and concentrating on new goals, we wrap up today's discussion. I thank our participants, Iryna, Svitlana, Iryna Zhdanova, Open Policy Fund, in the Vitrenko, Ministry of Education, and Mr. Babak is from the Parliamentary Committee on Science and Innovations. So thank you again. And let's try to further the reforms to our best abilities. Thank you.
Это я, конечно, понимаю. Да. Пошел ночевать. Я пошел работать.
Никита, привет.
Привет, Наташ. Как дела?
Да ничего. Ты тоже по зуму.
Ну, да, я тебе больше скажу, что я после этого пойду сдавать тест. Сразу как закончим.
Я
Потому
вижу,
что...
на сегодня дети опять что-то температура, и опять и тоже пошли сдавать тест. У меня уже куча людей поболела в детекторе.
Ну, я ж прилетел из Штатов, значит, и вскоре почувствовал себя не очень хорошо. Пошел сдавать тест, но он был негативный, ну и вроде как мне стало полегче. Но вот, по-моему, через день после того, как мы последний раз собирались на заседание, я снова что-то стал как-то себя по-дурацки чувствовать. Ну, как таковых вот классических симптомов нет, но есть такое общее болезненное состояние, вот, и точно хочу пойти сдать еще раз, потому что я
Ну, конечно, да,
не
конечно.
очень понимаю, что это происходит.
Оно же у многих так непонятно как, оно же у всех по-разному протекает.
Ну да, ну, все равно, понимаешь, в подавляющем большинстве случаев это легкая форма, так называемая. Вот, но надо хотя бы понимать, что я-то там профилактически все пью, все, что там положено, знаешь, но ну, как-то надо все равно понимать, что происходит.
А что ты пьешь?
Ну, этот D3, цинк, витаминный комплекс, минеральный комплекс. Ну вот сейчас, когда вот последние несколько дней такое временами лихорадочное состояние, я пью мефенаминовую кислоту, вот, и там горло побаливало, ну там что-то такое, там типа, что-то не помню, как
Ну,
эти
понятно.
таблетки, которые там рассасывать. Вот, ну и там пульмобриз, потому что першение в бронхах время от времени. Он помогает хорошо.
Пульмобриз, это он разжижает?
Пульмобриз. Да. Он такой порошочек. Вот. Его разбалтывает. И этот, вот буквально позавчера выбирался из дома, купил себе этот синупред, потому что начала отекать носоглотка, пажуть. Синупред называется. Вот. Ну, пока этим обхожусь. Надеюсь, что это либо не это, либо если это, то в легкой форме. Но, опять же, теста пока нет. Сейчас скажу. У меня тут Синева рядом. 15 минут на эти тесты. Ну, друг же Давид Георгиевич на последнюю пленарку приходил больничий. Вот. Но у него же дурацкая ситуация. Он что пришел? Потому что он один тест сдал, он оказался у него позитивным. Он, значит, сел дома. Потом, значит, сдал еще один. Он негативный у него оказался. Он сдал перед самой сессией еще один, тоже негативный. Он пришел на работу. Но по нему было видно, что он болен. И так, кстати, непонятно, есть у него ковид или нет. Был у него ковид или нет.
Ну, надо, если есть симптомы, не ходить никуда. Булавинова говорит, что даже там без теста, если есть симптомы, не ходи никуда.
Так в том-то и дело. Слушай, у меня же отец переболел, отчим, сколько месяц назад, да, значит, и когда все это происходило, я говорил же там с врачами Днепропетровскими, они говорят, ну, слушай, говорят, Мы сейчас к этому так относимся. Значит, если есть хоть сколько-то похожие симптомы, мы по умолчанию считаем, что это ковид. А есть там негативный тест, нет негативного теста, это не имеет значения, потому что лучше начинать лечение, ну или там, ну и как минимум следить, потому что, ну там тоже еще, когда вот этот я из Штатов прилетел, на всякий случай купил себе этот пульсоксиметр, чтобы сатурацию мерить, знаешь. Вот. Это там главный признак, так сказать. Надо следить за уровнем кислорода, если, дай бог, начинает падать, тогда надо сразу, конечно, в больницу ехать. Вот такая история.
Капец. Когда это закончится?
В конце 2021 года.
Ну,
В общем, уверенно можно сказать. Если не будет никакой мутации этой
как
гадости.
делать, если никто не знает, что будет дальше? Мутация еще.
Нет, ну, нет, смотри, ну, то есть, а вот уже коллеги в сборе, а мы тут с тобой трепимся про разное.
Ну, так хорошо.
Доброго дня всім, хто нас чує, бачить.
Hello, everyone who can see us, hear us. We continue the work of the conference, Dialogues Ukrainian Reform Conference, dialogues about reform on the way to Vilnius. And what we're looking at is how Ukraine is reforming itself. What are the breakthroughs? What are the gaps? What are the barriers? What are the lessons learned? And how we can learn from all this. Now, the next hour, we will talk about what's happening in media field. We've had a very intense year. I am Andriy Klopov. I'm a program director of Internews Ukraine, and I am very glad to moderate this panel today. Today, just like any other panel, we have representatives from various organizations and institutions, civil society, government, and we have an interesting format here. Some people are present here on this stage, others are connected online. Online, we have Mykhailo, who is MP and representative of the Parliamentary Select Committee. Hello. We also have online Natalia Likhachova, the most well-known media expert in Ukraine and head of Media Detector media resource. Hello. I'm also glad to introduce to you my colleagues and friends here on stage with me. This is a person who recently changed the chair of the head of NGO to Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. You're welcome. We have a public TV channel, Elina Hrbanyuk, and a media expert, civil society representative who is actively involved in drafting new laws and some initiatives, Igor Raskladai, who has recently been appointed a deputy director for Center of Democracy and Supremacy of Law, a rule of law. Today, we would like to talk to you about media business, whether we like it or not. But despite all the restrictions and COVID-19 and so on, we are entering a pre-Christmas period when we can recap what has happened and make some plans for the future. But to kick off, I'd like to ask two questions. First, what do you think that was critically important happening in the media sector this year? And what are the key points of the agenda for next year? Mikita, if you can hear us, please, would like to give you the floor first. Well, very briefly, in my opinion, from the positive events, we finalized the text of the bill on the bill on media. Some of people involved in this conference actually participated in this. The work actually began in the previous parliament, but we now finished it. It's a really comprehensive law that regulates media industry. It doesn't concern journalist work. I think it's quite progressive. It has some novelties that will bring the Ukrainian media space in line with EU requirements, and it will make it possible for Ukrainian media space be more competitive. Well, unfortunately, there's a fly in the ointment, and that is the fact that there's some resistance to introducing it to the parliament. We are still discussing potential amendments to this law, to this bill, and hopefully by the end of this year, it will be finally introduced and debated in session and finally voted into law. Regarding future steps, as you know, under conditions of lockdown, we did quite a lot. And this is due to the fact that we are enjoying an understanding with the ministry and the minister himself. This enabled us to pass a package of laws and legislative initiatives that helped the media sector under these difficult conditions, both epidemiological as well as economic. Hopefully, in the near future, we will develop an updated version of the outdoor advertising bill. The latest amendments have been introduced very recently. We're also planning to revisit the law on advertising. And all of these steps, everything we do, overall is geared towards making sure that Ukrainian media can survive the COVID-19 lockdown and actually grow and develop, because the situation is very convoluted. Ukrainian media are up against stiff competition. There are modern platforms. There's a flow of investments outside, and manufacturers of Russian content are actively working, but all Russian content is freely available, and there are no tools that could limit that for the Ukrainian audience. So in fact, Russia, just like previously, they are trying to expand aggressively into Ukrainian market. And we need to take measures and provide Ukrainian media space from this expansion. That's it in a nutshell. Thank you. Thank you very much. Later on, we will touch upon some other issues that you mentioned, because we will have an open discussion a little later. But now, the same question I'd like to address to our next speaker, and that is Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister. Hello, welcome everyone. To continue on what my colleague has mentioned, speaking of what's happening right now and the media law, and we hope that it will be soon voted into law. This is a mandatory condition for, according to the agreement of association with the EU. Speaking of completed processes this year, first and foremost, I would mention ratification of COMSO Convention. This is about access to official documents. This is the process that the civil society and the government launched and successfully implemented. Now, these are really the loose ends left behind by the previous parliament. I was involved in the process as a civil society representative, and when the convention enters into effect, and this concerns all countries, we were number 10, the 10th country that ratified it. So on the 1st of December, the convention will enter into force. I am glad that this makes it possible to talk not just in the media space, but also in the context of Council of Europe, because this is good for Ukrainian reputation. And when we can demonstrate leadership here, because as far as openness and access to official information ratings is concerned, in that respect, this is very good for Ukraine. Now, today, as we know, full-fledged conference in Vilnius never happened, but working in the reanimation reform package, we talked a lot about this. First conference was held in London, then Copenhagen, then Toronto, and the next one was supposed to happen in Vilnius, but unfortunately we couldn't organize it physically due to COVID-19 restrictions. The last conference that was held in Toronto civil society prepared a very valuable document called Toronto Principles. And I'd like to draw your attention to that. It was developed at the time when we had a new president and the new society was very expectant. And so that document was to reflect the guarantees of non-reversibility of the reforms undertaken by the new government and the new leadership. In the item 10 of Toronto Principles that talks about financial transparency of Ukrainian media, we have either some progress or still some debates, such as public broadcaster, transparent method of funding it. This still remains open. We also had some movement towards access to public information, but internet regulation and audiovisual services. But since Toronto conference, a lot of work was carried out by the MPs and the NGOs, and I'm sure we'll hear a bit more about this later. Now, getting back to what you said at the outset, the last sentence of Toronto Principle rings true still today, and especially for us, the Ministry of Culture. And it goes like this: increasing the level of literacy, of media literacy through educational programs. This, unfortunately, remains incomplete, but we have made some progress.
Thank you, Taras. We received the synthesis of power and of NGO in the words of Taras. And now we can see that those two spheres are collaborating quite successfully. And to date, we've already mentioned as one of the priorities in the media is the development of the social broadcaster. And now passing the floor, I will tell you that this year was quite a dramatic one for Suspilne Broadcasting Company. Could we decide on the agenda for the nearest future? Good afternoon to everyone. I fully agree that the year was a dramatic one, and as part of the country, we are living through some drastic changes, and we still have also our own challenges. If we speak about the reform, especially in the media, without the reform of the Suspilne Broadcasting Company, and though from 2017, 3 years passed after the Suspilne was established, but we are still fighting for the understanding of the necessity of creation such a broadcasting company. And what is the difference between the private broadcasting companies and the Suspilne community broadcasting company? And in this COVID situation, the role of media is growing, and we understand how important it is for the society to have this source of unbiased information. And this communal broadcaster showed that how much the trust grows, and for a number of people we are considered as a unique source of trustful information, and we are very happy with this. But unfortunately, there is a number of issues which is ongoing from one year to another. And this year, when the budget was cut, we had less funds, and we had to pay the debt for the Eurovision. But I do believe that we have to unite. Right now, the civil society was always supporting the communal broadcasting company, and we do feel the support of the NGOs in our reform. And also, I would like to address the public authorities, because right now we need these joint efforts. It's in fact our dream when it won't be needed to prove the importance of the communal broadcasting company, when the state will be working with us in collaboration. So there was a research uh, of the European community that we were the only one who received less funds than uh, in all other states. I'm talking about this not as a some claim, but rather to mention that it's a fundamental issue which shouldn't be questionable. We shouldn't prove every year that it's necessary. So the European Broadcasting Organization had a research which proved that a strong communal broadcaster is always in reflected by the level of democracy in the country. That's why we believe that everyone is interested in a developed communal broadcaster. And we believe that lack of professionalism in journalism is an issue, and one of our tasks is also to increase this level of professionalism. Taras mentioned also about the transformation in the funding model. We will try to have it a more secured one. It shouldn't be as an annual non-understanding or no possibility to plan, because quite often we are being asked why there are no ratings in Suspilne broadcasting company. So if we do not know what we can plan for this year, not speaking about the next years, and we have very ambitious plans, and we could have done this if we could know how much funds we have and what will be allocated for us. For the next year, the election of the advisory board is one of the challenges, and we do hope that no one will intrude into this election process, and that we will even receive a better council with more representation of the civil society and the parliament. And then the next step will be election of the board, and this will provide that we will action in a transparent and professional way. Just in brief. Thank you, Inna. We will continue talking about Suspilne and about this enlightenment mission which the NGOs should perform. I would like to remind you that we are now at the conference dialogues about reforms on the way to Vilnius. This year we have it online, and today we have Natalia Ligachova, who is the head of the Detector Media, the person who is a watchdog in the media sphere 24/7. Natalia, the same question to you, quite a broad one. What was the most critical this year, and what are the tasks for the next year? Thank you for inviting. I will underline the necessity of the support to the Suspilne TV. As I know, there is now a wish to cut the funds for them in the next year, and the budget which will be put on voting in the parliament in the recent time. As the Suspilne broadcasting, which exists from 2014, it has never been financed in full. And I understand when Inna is saying that we cannot speak about the quality of the content if they do not know about the financing, and everything is financed only in half. And I will also tell you about the anxiety from the rumors which we heard, though we should start the Euronews collaboration. We had a very bad experience with this TV channel from 2010 when this TV channel was in Ukraine thanks to Azarov. And then Ukraine had huge debt to Euronews. And as we finally, due to the finance funds of the Suspilne, we paid back this debt. There is another communal broadcaster which is called Dom for the occupied territories. We understand that it could be broadcasted for a part of Ukraine, and everyone agrees that it's a very important project. It was created because the broadcasting was almost closed, and the Euronews is quite a dubious step because those plans should be transparent, should be discussed with the stakeholders. The state shouldn't act without public discussions, because we know that Euronews has the majority, and we have the information that owner collaborates with Russians. That's why I'm underlining, if there are such plans, we have to conduct a transparent discussion publicly. I support the colleagues about the Russian broadcasting, which is available in Ukraine, and also sociological polls are saying that Russian broadcasting is not that popular with Ukrainian citizens, but now we still have the information that a number of people started watching the Russian broadcasting channels through the satellite. And we have also a number of pro-Russian media. And I believe that it's the responsibility of the state, and part of them are now under the authority and full control of Medvedchuk. 1 year has passed, and we still haven't solved this issue. It becomes a national threat, and we can see how the rating of the political force for Russia is growing, and the local elections proved how it functions, and it had the third result. So number 3 or number 4 is their rating. And we also understand that it's quite a danger in our relation with foreign countries, because when in the latest talk show the newly elected president is called the death, because the US is our strategic partner. And when we are all the time suggested to procure the Russian vaccine, which was not yet tested. So I can name a lot of news from those TV channels. But we should work on the draft laws, which would decrease the number of the coverage, but those channels with fakes, both in online and through broadcasting. I'm for adoption of the law on media in the first reading, but we understand that before the second reading, some aspects should be clarified to eliminate the threats of those who are Ukrainian aimed broadcasting companies. And I would like also to mention that we're speaking very little about the transparency of fundings, but we understand that the oligarchic mass media continue playing a huge role in Ukraine. They are influencing the choice of the elections, and we see the success of one of the parties, which was the party of one of the TV channels, and it showed good results. And we can speak about the media influence, and that's why the transparency of the fundings for those TV channels, both Ukrainian and Russian oriented, should be open. And I hope that next year the attention to this topic will be paid of the parliamentary committee. So the financing of the Suspilne TV should be clarified by the committee. Thank you, Mrs. Natalia. As usual, you are very open and very detailed in your wordings. And that's what the fact the NGOs should act like this. And we can see that in our democratic society, the NGOs are proactive, and Natalia is an example of this. We continue our dialogues about the reform, and we are discussing the media, and now passing the floor to the representative of the NGO, to the deputy director of the rule of law and democracy. I'm always have to look at your uni. So you can always call it the Center for Democracy. Ігор розкладає. I understand that the main point for your organization was the draft law on media or the law on the audiovisual services, as it's used to be called at the beginning.
Можливо, ще якісь пункти критичні важливі в цьому році.
Maybe you could talk about some critical aspects. I will try to answer the first question. We support that Ukraine joins the convention, and we should learn to be proud of what we are exporting outside. The second story is linked with Suspilne, and it's a very dynamic development of the digital platform, which should be also added to the draft law. So the Suspilne should have public service media, not only television or radio. So the type how it's provided shouldn't be important. So we should be speaking more about what we are broadcasting. We all have these convergent medias. We have a radio with pictures and the TV, which could be watched on your mobile. So it's our reality which we are living in. Of course, for the next year, we will have a number of interesting events and steps. So first of all, that's the 10th years anniversary on the access to public information. And now the working group is drafting the amendment to this law, and also another working group on the protection of personal data. And I do hope that those two laws will be aligned. And then it was a separate task to consolidate those amendments. Second, that's the election of the advisory council and the board of Suspilne, and I do hope that everything will be conducted in a transparent way. And it's important to remember that the reform is only at its start. The third is the law on media, and we have this law going on for 8 years. It started as audiovisual services. It's a point also a reputational task. So on one hand, we are joining the conventions. On the other hand, we cannot finish our commitments to the EU. Of course, another topical aspect of which Mrs. Legacheva mentioned, that we should also look for the future. That's the transparency of the financing of the media. And secondly, the adequate tools of collaboration with international players of Facebook, YouTube, and so on, because they are talking openly to us that we are ready to collaborate with you, but you have to make your homework. From the strategic aspects, that's more a proposal. We have very little content, especially on kids. And I believe that media is willing to fight with fires and with already known Russian channels. I believe that we should start with children. So if you start searching for cartoons, you will find all the Russian cartoons. On the Google Play, first you will find Fixiki and other Russian cartoons. So from the perspective point of view, we should start with kids. It should be a long-standing strategy where the state and the NGO should collaborate and take joint steps. So why are we are amending the legislation if we have little kids intoxicated? So those who do not understand why we are fighting with Russia, that's just an idea to think over. But I believe that this year we have some threats, but at the same time, we have the legislative work going on, and we are moving forward. And I believe that we should overcome these barriers and find the solutions, as with this law on the media. And another topic is the disinformation and also the issue either we have to adopt the law or to find another solution, but I believe that the point of discussion. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, Ігорю. Власне, це якраз такий місточок
Igor,
до
it's a
наступного
bridge
запитання,
to
чи
the next question,
ми
which I would like to ask.
вже згадували про це
We have
проблему
already mentioned
дезінформації,
this issue
боротьбу
of
з
disinformation
дезінформацією.
and
І
countering fake
ми, крім всього
information.
іншого, цього року мали
And this year we had
ініціативу щодо
an
дезінформації.
initiative on the
Таке
countering
публічне обговорення,
fake
скажімо так.
information,
І
which was
ці
discussed from different
оцінки,
points and different evaluation
це
of this initiative.
проблема нікуди не ділася. Ми бачимо,
But the
що
issue is still on.
криза і ще
The corona
підсилила,
crisis
можливо, і явище.
even
Ми бачимо те, що
boosted it,
є
and we can see that Ukraine
найбільших
is
жертв
one of the biggest victims,
пересуванні тут. І нам щось
and we have to
Мене
do something
запитання
with this disinformation issue. The first question to Mr. Mykita and Taras,
в законодавчій владі, в
who is
виконавчій
in
владі,
the legislative power. There is some initiatives how to solve this issue.
перегорнули, але нам
So we
треба
turned the page over, but we have to move forward. Or maybe we can decide that we are not going to regulate this issue, and it could all be a solution as well. Mr. Mikita, we are addressing you.
Так, я можу для початку процитувати
For the beginning,
вислів
I will quote
вислів
the American
географа Томаса Критмана,
Thomas Curtin,
який колись британський комисар.
who in one of his last wordings wrote that the population is on the brink of the new war and the war for the truth, because truth should be protected.
Цитувати безліч
I won't quote
народних
a huge number
мудрощів,
of some classical wordings,
людської теології,
and we know that from our psychological behavior, the fake information is being spread much faster, and people are usually trusting it because it's presented in a much more simplified way. So they are using this fake information much more often than the truthful one. Because it's true that the truth needs some work, and the lies are suggested very easily. So we will face the necessity, together with the whole world, to regulate this issue and to protect ourselves from the fake and manipulative information. In our media, we are following what is happening within our foreign colleagues, and we know that there were two laws in France and in Germany, and those laws also were very disputed in those countries, and their future destiny is not quite clear. We will see what will be in the future. There are some drafts by the former Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. They looked, they were too overreacted by the civil society and the media, because during the discussion, a number of the participants also manipulated the information. And I believe that we can come back to those initiatives in the next year. But we will also look and follow how our colleagues in Europe are moving forward, and will follow maybe their steps. What we can be sure, and what we can start without some global trends, and what in fact we have already started, and the ministry, and it's the driver in this area, that's the program media. And we should come back to the issue of the funding of the Suspilne broadcasting company. Suspilne should be sort of a flagman of the example of a well believed information. That's why I am supporting my colleagues who were saying that the financial stability and independence of the Suspilne TV company should be provided. And we believe that they will have chances to be implemented in the next year. But finishing my speech, I would like to say that the program of media literacy is a very important one. And I believe that in the horizon of 5 years, it should be functional, and we will see the results only there. And the Suspilne broadcasting company is a very important as an example, but it will not have such a share of the audience as the commercial TV channels. So it should be a standard setter where we could find the trustful information, yes. But as it cannot be considered as a universal tool for solving this issue. That's why I believe that it should be a comprehensive state policy, which would include not only the media literacy program and TV suspil and legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mykhailo. I understand we should expect some legislative initiative next year for the related to issue of disinformation. Taras, I know that this is your area of specialization in the ministry, that is the media literacy. How will this program be implemented? And are there any other mechanisms that could win us the war against disinformation? Indeed, the issue of disinformation is rather serious and grave. And of course, Ukraine is not unique in that sense. This happens to be a general international problem. It is relevant to the US, Britain, and France. Maybe it's less relevant for totalitarian countries because mostly they this is a component of open media space, and this currently is a distortion or a distorted consequence of freedom of speech, because there are pros and cons, of course. And people have learned, some states use this freedom of speech to their own advantage, to pursue their hidden agenda. The same with social media. They have some positive things, of course, but they also become a platform for disinformation as well as dissemination of hate, where instead of a good dialogue, there is bullying, and many issues are not being raised because people are simply afraid of being bullied. Recently, we had a forum organized by NGOs, and Peter Pomerantsev mentioned that when radio was born, or romantic view that now you can communicate with the rest of the world, people will understand each other better, we will have dialogue, and radio will stop the world. But very soon, radio was used by totalitarian regimes, particularly Hitler, and until they reached a certain standard in radio, such as BBC, for instance, it took a long time. And so Pomerantsev made the same comparison. Now we have all kinds of messaging platforms, and he believed that people will, enjoy the culture of dialogue and understand each other better. But as a result, we have the opposite. So I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Education in the past actually initiated the bill. Currently, it's not being discussed at all, and certainly not all problems can be solved by virtue of laws. I remember in early 2000, people talked a lot about censorship. Mykhailo was in charge of parliamentary committee, and there was this idea to give a proper definition of censorship. Let's define it, and we'll solve the problem. We did define it, fully understanding that it will unlikely help. But in the same bill, we added, uh, you know, a high penalty for abusing journalists, compensation for moral abuse in court, and so on. But censorship was not really mentioned. Same thing with disinformation. Just through definition and laws, I don't think we'll be able to hit the target. Peter Pomerantsev also believes that uh, it's not the disinformation that leads to the content, which is fake and which isn't. Or we meddle with freedom of speech. So if even if you want to respond to something, let's consider instead actions that are threatening or aggressive, such as creation of a platform to disseminate fake information that could uh, institute as a threat indeed. That's why ministry currently realizing that this will not be tackled quickly by any laws. No country succeeded in this. We believe that we need to prepare our citizens better protected to process information, to um, improve their skill of analytical thinking, doubt everything they read in the media, and be sensible. How about some practical steps? How do you think the program will be implemented? Well, it's currently being drafted, and the problem is that in Ukraine, We've always had a lot of fantastic initiatives in this sector. Now we need to take stock of those. We have a great project in school education funded by donors where they don't have a media course but mainstreaming enters all other such as art, history, literature, and they are piloting this on many schools. And this is something that could be supported by the state, by the government, and schools can complement it and focus more narrowly. Thank you, Taras. Natalia, in your opinion, how the issue of disinformation could be handled? Because we've just mentioned that media literacy is needed. Yes, that's all very fine, but we may get a result 5 years from now or even later, but we need something quicker. What can be done, do you think? I think Taras put it well. First and foremost, we need to look at activities, the actions, and the bill is possible, but it shouldn't be aimed at regulating content, but rather activities, uh, such as Buddha farms and so on. But financial transparency is another thing that could protect us from funding coming from Russia. And this is something we could do even without the new laws, but for some reason it's not being done. We know that direct funds are coming from Russia. We need to fight this using law enforcement agents. Perhaps we need a bill to that effect. We should also talk about regulating online content. I agree completely with proposals made in media bill, but we need to exercise caution, and I think we should introduce a voluntary registration of online resources, and they should receive preferences, and encouragements to induce media resources to get registered. I understand that um, dubious media resources will not get registered, but uh, we don't know. They could be the first one to get registered. But still, through media literacy programs, we could show our audience or and say that, look, these online resources are registered, they've taken the responsibility, but these ones, they are reluctant to, and they shy away from responsibility. And what I'm trying to say is that we need to work more with the audience, with our listeners, viewers, and not just teenagers, but also adults, because adults tend to mistrust but on the other hand, do nothing to verify sources and so on. So this work with adult audience should be supported by donor organizations and partners, while the government should simply lobby the work and education of children and teenagers. Although, of course, uh, the support from the government to work with adult audience is also welcome. We should introduce media literacy. Indeed, this is something we need to expedite. Thank you, Natalia.
Маємо ще трошки часу.
We still have some time left,
Багато говорити можемо довго, але
and
ми
it is limited.
сьогодні кілька разів
But
проговорили
today,
про важливість
we've mentioned several times already
демократичного
the
ладу
importance
суспільства. Суспільному
of the public broadcaster to the democratic society. And I'd like to ask Ina,
треба зробити, щоб
what
кожного
do you think
каденцію чи кожного року,
should be
кожного
done
10 років
to make sure that we don't
мовник важливий.
have to repeat every year or every 3 years why and explain why public broadcast is important
Транспорт важливий контент.
and why content is more important than transport.
За цих умов.
So how can we do this through public broadcasting? Actually, my answer is fairly straightforward. Mikita talked about ratings of public broadcasting. In fact, we have good parameters for radio and digital, and television is worse. And usually, but the thing is, public broadcasting is not just television. On digital, we've launched our digital platform this year that enjoys a very huge success. Public media website for news is very popular. We have a designated Crimea segment there. Not many write about this. We also have our outlets in the regions. We have culture, sports, and we have 5 million views per month. And 14 millions are full views. Those who work with digital media, this is important because you sometimes enter, but you don't really dwell, you don't linger. And the content is quite good, something that triggers public interest. Ukrainian radio is one of the leaders in radio segment for a number of years now. Every year, every day, we are listened to. So this success is very good. There are things we can be proud of. And speaking of television, yes, indeed, we inherited channels that have dubious past and that really slow us down, and it's very difficult to overcome this established opinion of the public, and that's where we lose rating. But in politics, for instance, if we understand that this is an important platform, well, why don't you come and give interviews and help increase the rating of the public broadcaster? If you look at the debate, for instance, before the by-election, a lot of candidates said we will only go to hold a debate on the public broadcaster. And if people say that's our choice, of course, this was quite instrumental for us. Under these difficult circumstances, people seem to realize the significance of supporting us. We talked a lot about young people today and how important it is to ensure that young people know how to think critically and that they are literate, media literate. Well, we're launching a children's platform very soon, and you're welcome to visit it. And we develop a lot of programs also for ethnic minorities. It's a wonderful project. There is also a platform for people with disabilities. So it's a content that is neglected by many other media outlets. So public broadcaster is indeed important, and there is a range of tools that could be used to help us. Thank you, Ina. I understand this was the invitation for the president and top politicians of Ukraine to visit you. Today, we held a dialogue on media business, and we talked about what happened this year, what were the critical milestones, what remains to be done next year. We talked about at least two bills concerning media. We also talked about budget concerns for the public broadcaster, but we hope that things will improve in the future. But we hope that debts now that the debts have been paid out, we should not be generating any new debts. Well, we also see that access to information is something where we have made some significant progress, and next year we expect passage of the law on media. You also mentioned that perhaps you might have a new bill that would regulate the process of fighting disinformation, and we need to make sure that the supervisory board will be well balanced. And also next year we need to enhance financial transparency in media sector to make anti-Ukrainian projects impossible. The ministry will be launching a program on media literacy and searching for new ways of countering disinformation. And we need to find ways that will look more at actions rather than content. and we are considering French and German models at the moment. Well, we've had both representatives of government and civil society because that's what this series of conferences are all about. And we've had Mykhailo with us, MP. We had Deputy Minister representing the government, Taras Shevchenko, and we talked to public broadcaster representative Inna Zaganyuk. We had Natalia Likhachova, head of Media Detector NGO, and Igor Laskadai, media lawyer and deputy head of Center for Democracy and Rule of Law. I am from Internews of Ukraine, and we would like to say goodbye to you for today, but we are not saying so long because there will be more meetings in the future, and we would like to be perceived both by the government and the NGO as objective. You can also watch this recording later at your leisure. Thank you.